ये सब ठीक थी जिते दरकार पड़ो से पलैब सी
अच्छा ये सर जो येटा जो आपनकर स्लाइड टा शो हो ना शेयर स्क्रीन सर एटा अछि स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं खाली टेस्ट करिया पे देखते एटा सर स्क्रीन शेयर
शेयर हला कोठी की जीवे तापर
स्क्रीन शेयर ये आसिला
मोर एटा कोड देखा जीवो
एठी देखा जियो जे रंग दे
ना
सर आगे स्लाइड टा ऑन करिवे स्लाइड टा आगे शो
हां करेक्ट स्लाइड टा ऑन
शेयर स्क्रीन करना आपन को स्क्रीन को अपलोड
स्लाइड टा तो सेड अछि
एटा सर एटा डाउन कर दो नते
कोड मिनिमाइज कर दी
हां मिनिमाइज कर दो हां मिनिमाइज कर दो
आउथरे
ओदा एटा ओपन करो हे गला तापर सेटा खोलो না এটা না এটা তো ঠিক আছে এই এটা থাও স্যার সেটা থাও এইটা এটা খোলা আছে স্যার না না সেটা
এটা তো খোলা হলো शेयर स्क्रीन टा केमती करियो सेटा
ସେଇଟା ତ ସେୟାର ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଯେ এইটা স্যার থাও এইটাକୁ এইটা
पीपीटी टा काटी देले पुरा तापर पीपीटी टा काटी दियो तापर गाड़ी
सर आओ थोड़ी जॉइन करिए ना पूरा बंद कर लो
सेटा किछ
এটা গৌতম মহাନ୍ତି
से पुरा से
हमरा जे लिंक चेक क्रिएट करबा
এটা কোন
एटा जूम टा को खोला जूम टा
हाँ अच्छी सर ऊपर ना
एटा केन सेड घनसियो
ये भी तो आधार से क्लिक कर लेते हैं जो ओपन में
इन सिस्टम लर्निंग फॉर्म्स ये तो कुछ हो नहीं
हम सर पूरा बंद कर देते
if you have Zoom client in launch meeting
नहीं एग्जिट की कर सर से गाड़ी पर क्लिक करो जो गौतम भाग लिखा है गाड़ी पर
ऑलरेडी कहीं से हो नहीं
एटा सर वाई ए जो राइट साइड रे गोटे एमती तीर चिन्ह अछि सेटा होले फुल स्क्रीन दे दिबो
एटा हला एग्जिट ओहो एबे अछि मु सेठे
विजय कुमार महते आसिला ए सॉरी
हां सेठू
एक सर
शेयर स्क्रीन हां शेयर स्क्रीन करले
सेटा ओपन अछि ना
काई मो सीटा आसुनी डेस्कटॉप टा काई और शेयर मारिवा देखियो शेयर मारिवा कोनटा शेयर हो कुछ हला
वीडियो से देखियो ऊपर कोन रहले देखियो स्टॉप यूर स्क्रीन शेयरिंग लिखु छी
कौन स्क्रीन नाम कल शेयर
नहीं कोठोटे रही गला स्क्रीन ता शेयर
ये बोलो शेयर स्क्रीन यदि रहिला
सर आपनकर आगु ये कर
देखि आसिला
आपनकर प्रेजेंटेशन ता सर
डेस्कटॉप पे अछि हां एटा देखा हो
से मन से देखो
एटा पचारले देखियो कि अछंती
गौतम को पचार अछि
ना नहीं ये लिंक भी देले एक हमें देखि दो ना नीचे कम लिंक रे मारी कम लिंक टा मारी देखि दियो
तुम हमको दे दो ना लिंक गौतम जी हेलो
हां तो एठी हम देखि एटा एक्सेप्ट करियो पड़ियो कि ना डायरेक्ट आसीयो अच्छा अगर हमें जॉइन कर ले
सर
होता
आदित्य सर निका सहित सौरभ सर जेडीसी समस्त सहित ये करिसंते
किए करछन
सर शेयर करछंते आदित्य महापात्र सर
सौरभ
हां सौरभ सर शेयर करछंते
ମୁଁ କହିଥିଲି ସକାଳେ କରନ୍ତୁ ବୋଲି ଯେ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଏଇଟା କୁଆଡ଼େ ଗଲା ମୋର ସେ ଯୋଉ ମାଇକ୍ ଫାଇକ୍ ସବୁ ଆଉ ଆସିବନି ନା
ଆସିବ ସर ଆପଣ ଆଉ ଥରେ ସर ଏଠିକି ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଠି ସବୁ ଅଛି ନା ଏଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆପଣ ସର ଅନ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଅନମ୍ୟୁଟ୍
ନା
ଅଛନ୍ତି
ଗୌତମ ବାବୁ
ଭିडियो ବି ଏଇଟା
ଶୁଣୁନାହାନ୍ତି
सर
अला ये गौतम जी स्क्रीन विजिबल है
ଆପଣ ସେ
गौतम
म्यूट ଅଛନ୍ତି
नहीं तो
ସିଏ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅନମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରିବେ
ये तो गौतम है ना।
ଆଚ୍ଛା
गौतम ओडिया लोग
हाँ ପଚାରିବି
अच्छा
ସେ ବୋଧେ ଇଏ କରିଦେଇକି ବସି ନଥିବ ଆଉ
सौरभ बाबू पचारनाहांती
ସାର୍ ବି ଆସିନଥିବେ ମାନେ ଜଏନ୍ କରିନାହାନ୍ତି
अच्छा प्रज्ञा मैडम को पचारिए
ଦେଖିଲେ ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ଆସୁଛି ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଆସୁଥିବ ସାର୍
पार्टिसिपेंट 3 जण अछंती ता भितर विजय पाणी रे गौतम महांती बस सेतिकी पैनलिस्ट अटेंडी
गुड मॉर्निंग प्रज्ञा कହୁଛି ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆପଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଏବେ এটা ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ଟା ସେୟାର ଦେଖାଉଛି କି ସେଇଟା ସାର୍ ପଚାରୁଛନ୍ତି ଭିଡ଼ିଓଟା ସେୟାର ହଁ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି ଟିକେ ଯାଉନାହାନ୍ତି ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ସାର୍ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ତାଙ୍କ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନଟା ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ସେୟାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି whether it is visible to नहीं आमर एठी कौन कि नहीं डब्ल्यू सर एठी हमर कौन कि बेले अप डाउन हुए तो नेट टा सेति देखौ छी ना सार करचंदी सेवे हां हां हां
मूव करछि कि पचारना
देखौ छी स्क्रीन का सार स्लाइड शो करचंदी देखौ छी स्लाइड गुडा
मूविंग
ओके सर हां देखौ छी सर
के गौतम बाबू है
गौतम हां
अच्छा
ମୁଁ ଦେଖି ପାରୁଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ଗୁଡ୍ ମର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ
हाँ
ସାର୍
गुड
ଆପଣଙ୍କର
ये मूविंग देखा जाउची
ହଁ ହଁ ପୁରା ଫୁଲ୍ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଆସୁଛି ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ସ୍କ୍ରୋଲ୍
ओके
ବି ହଉଛି
थैंक यू एग्जिट हवा केमती एबे मोर
सर एस्केप मार दियंता
एस्केप
एस्केप
एलआईडी फॉर्मेट ऑफ नेम
इसका भी जीवन
एटा सर ये करते हैं तो एटा
मिनिमाइज कर दी
हां मिनिमाइज करते हैं देखा अच्छा
कनेक्ट होने डाउन मेल लेते था टोकन में लिखूं
तमने के मेल चलचा
अरे एते बडे नागुची ना से डायरेक्ट जॉइन होउनी एड्रेस नेम एड्रेस
जूम रो ये नहीं कि
जूम लिंक देछि पर
से लिंक लेरा माउजी बरा
आईडी
एटा तो कॉमन आईडी था ना समस्त को दिया
हां सेटा रे जो डाटा
वेबिनार में पूरा रजिस्टर करया पे पड़े
तो दोनों ये लोग दी ईमेल एड्रेस मस्ट बी इन द फॉर्मेट ऑफ name@domain.com आप मोर पे मिल आईडी देना हो
जाननी एटा वेबिनार में रजिस्टर करया पे पड़े
अच्छा एटा केमती पुणी आउतरे आसीबो सब
सर एटी सर आउथरे क्लिक कर देले हम
होउनी
क्लिक कर दियंतो
स्क्रीन शेयरिंग काटिले आसो स्टॉप शेयर हां काटि दियंतु राइट हां राइट केते धंदा अछि गाबो बुझिया पड़ियो सब हां ये
Hello,
फाड़की मैडम की
हाँ पढ़ते हैं।
good
अच्छा अच्छा
morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग
हां
गुड
हां
Good
मैडम
मॉर्निंग
morning.
मैडम गुड मॉर्निंग नमस्कार
Good morning. Namaskar. Very good morning.
माई सेल्फ
I
डॉक्टर
could
पाणिग्राही
join just now
डायरेक्टर
5
फैमिली
minutes
वेलफेयर
ago. Yes, Dr. Panikray, we have met, I think, once.
हां या
I had come to Bhubaneswar just last year.
हां या मैडम
Yeah,
मैडम हाउ आर यू फाइन
I am very fine. It's raining in Mumbai. Last whole night, it
या
poured and poured. But now it's better. Anyway, we are
अच्छा
all in the house. So
also
we
in
can,
Orissa there is raining
yes,
but not very
everywhere
much it is raining
it's raining. But how are things in Orissa?
it is quite better up regarding COVID
Ah, yeah,
quite stable
but stable.
yeah
Okay. So that is that. But in Mumbai and Pune, it was very bad in Maharashtra.
yeah yeah
Now it's getting a bit better.
yes ma'am
Good morning, madam. Good morning,
Good morning,
sir. I'm
Dr.
good
Dr.
morning
Pragya.
Panikray.
good morning I was searching you for testing the screen share
Yes, yes, sir. You just
so
share your screen.
with
Project our
Mr.
slides,
Gautam
Pragya.
I interacted it is okay
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Did you ask anything?
Sorry, may I request you to project my slides? Because
Uh,
otherwise you'll have to make host and co-host and host and co-host.
ma'am, Saurabh will handle.
That's
Saurabh.
right, exactly. Thank you so much. Yeah.
अच्छा এইটা এইটা কেমতি আসছে এই যে এই স্ক্রিনটা जो माने मैडम जो फुल स्क्रीन टा आसिला सेटा के करेइबा पड़िबो बोधे ना कोन अच्छा अच्छा ठीक हमें म्यूट कर दबा
Whole day we are on Zoom lectures and Zoom meetings. No, it's getting a very different way of life.
but still we are able to connect with each other madam that is one of the most positive
Yes,
side
absolutely. I mean, you are in Odisha and I'm in Mumbai and we are talking to
but
each
you are very
other.
close to each other by the screen
Yes, and I am in my house. You are probably in your office.
yes
Good
yes
morning, madam. Good morning, sir.
Morning, very good morning.
good morning
Dr. Swayam, good morning.
Good
Sir,
morning, Dr. Soyam.
Good morning. Okay. Nice to hear sir and madam discussing. Sorry for interruption, madam.
No. Of course, we are happy to get connected. You all are in Bhubaneswar. We are in Mumbai.
Madam, how are you?
All okay. Going on. Mumbai is now getting a bit better. Pune is also better in Maharashtra, but it's there. We can't help it. And on the top of it, it's raining torrentially.
Happy to see you here in webinar, madam. We wanted to connect you
Yes, that's what we are
earlier
saying.
also.
That is the beauty of everything now. Otherwise, this technology has made us come together today. Are you all going to your offices or you're working from home?
No, madam, we go to our offices daily and we are having our night duty also. So right now I'm in my home because yesterday night I did my night duty. So this is day off for me and I'm here.
Okay.
So is
So
a
you did
call
your
of
night duty? You
Yes,
did your
madam.
night duty in
Yes,
which
yes.
ward?
Madam, is for basically management of COVID ward. COVID ward
Yeah,
and also SARI ward.
lots of
I
SARI
mean,
patients.
is around 30, nearing 30 number, and they are in ICU of course, and 167 around number of total patients yesterday in different wards. So this kind
My
of
God.
supervising them, and everything went fine yesterday. Nothing went wrong. I mean, Prabhu ki daya se, I
Prabhu ki
kept
daya.
on.
Then what? Everything is Prabhu ki daya now. I mean, we know nothing about the disease, it looks like, no?
With us, Madam Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi has joined. He is the additional professor in Department of Pediatrics. Good morning, sir. I think he will be available in few minutes when we start the program. I think is Saurabh sir present? Saurabh sir, good morning. Dr. Sanjay,
No, they have not joined yet.
okay, just give a call so that they will join fast.
साउंड बढ़ा दें ठीक है नेट करो ना सेपटू के आसुन क्लियर अच्छी ओके साउंड नहीं ओके साउंड किस बढ़ा है
Good morning, sir. Divedi sir, good morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग
Good morning. Sir, sound आपनकर sound अच्छी खाली कैमरा टा टिके एडजस्ट करंतु आउट टिके हां ठीक
ठीक है ओके
हां
फाइन थैंक यू रिपीट करेगा ओके ठीक है 11 स्टार्ट करबे ना देरी हो
So we'll take another 5-10 minutes because attendees we are just seeing them how
Okay.
many attendees are.
Okay fine no problem
Dr. Dwivedi.
yeah sir
Good morning. Good
good
morning.
morning sir
I am Dr. Panigrahi, pediatrician.
हाँ जानी
Family
सर
welfare.
भला जान जे आपन
और स्क्रीन रे एटलीस्ट देखाला
हाँ ओके हाँ बदला देखा है नहीं
हां से यार
आपण इनको जानथिले तो डॉक्टर पाढिंगे जानथिले बोला रे शिव पाढी
हां रायगड़ा
हाँ आ प्रदीप दास
अच्छा हां
प्रदीप दास रिसेंटली रिकवर कले आई डोंट थिंक जानथि नहीं
अच्छा ओहो
वर्तारे नथले कि प्रदीप दास से हम से तो इंश्योरेंस पीजी करथले
अच्छा
टी रिकवर्ड फॉर्चूनेटली माने ही इज हैविंग 3 स्टेंट भी लागि जी तंगर 3टा स्टेंट अछि जा लकीली
लकीली सर्वाइव
हां
अच्छा
Good morning, Saurabh. Welcome.
Gautam, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Swam. Shall we start the program? Am I audible?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Yes,
morning.
all are audible.
Yeah.
Hello.
Good
Yes.
morning, Ji.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, you
yes.
are audible.
Okay, good. I was
So,
thinking.
shall we start?
There is just 27 participants. Should we wait for just 5 more minutes? Participants are very less.
Okay.
We can wait.
We'll just wait for a
So,
little while.
Madam Nelson joined.
She will just join in. So, sir, we will have a little bit of reshuffling. I mean, based on the agenda, she is expected to go after Dr. Bhagirathi, but Dr. Fatke, I would kindly request you to come in first because she is addressing another webinar and then she will come in. So after the keynote address,
Okay.
we will have Dr. Mridula Fatke speaking, and then we will have Monica, and then we will have DFW sir speaking. Is that okay?
For me, it's okay,
Okay.
Saurav. If it is all right for all others, it's okay for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And Saurav, may I, of course, you have already said yes, but since I'm not the host or the co-host, someone will
I
have
will
to
run your
produce it.
presentation, ma'am. Ji,
Thank
ma'am.
you
Ji,
so
ma'am.
much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Sir, Panigrahi sir, will you do you want me to run the presentation or you would want
I will
you will
start.
run?
I
Okay,
will
sir.
start.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Pragna is with me.
Okay, sir.
Any problem? We will sort it out.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So, think we should start now. Dr. Pragya, should we start now?
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
We'll
okay, thank you. So welcome everybody to this third webinar in the 4 webinar series on public health nutrition. This is being organized on a very important topic, which is early childhood development, issues, challenges, and way ahead. It is being jointly organized by the Resource Center for Advancement of Public Health Nutrition, hosted in the Department of CM and FM, AIMS Bhubaneswar, in collaboration with UNICEF Odisha. As all of you would agree with me that early childhood development assumes a lot of prominence and significance, especially in terms of what do you do for the child, how do you care for the child in the first 1,000 days of its life. Wherein nutrition interventions play a very critical role for the growth and development of the child, and also how the child grows and performs as an adult is very much decided on how good the early childhood development and care has been provided to the young child. So it is very important that the medical fraternity also discusses about the early childhood development, because even though the components of early childhood development, as you would hear from the subsequent erudite panelists that we have with us today, we will kind of introduce you one by one as they come for their sessions. They would be speaking more about the science behind it, the importance of early childhood development in the lives of the child and the family as a whole, and also what are some of the key actions and strategies that international organizations and the government of Odisha is taking for improving early childhood development. So without further ado, may I now request Dr. Pragya Paramita Giri, who is the Assistant Professor, Department of CM and FM, AIMS Bhubaneswar, to kindly welcome the participants and say a few words. Over to you, Pragya.
Thank you, Saurabh. Good morning, one and all present on this online platform. It is my privilege and pleasure on behalf of AIMS Bhubaneswar to welcome you all to this webinar on early childhood development, issues, challenges, and way forward, organized by Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine, AIMS Bhubaneswar, in collaboration with UNICEF Odisha. Today we have on this platform eminent speakers who have contributed significantly in the field of nutrition. They will deliberate on issues, challenges of early childhood development, and will discuss the way forward during this pandemic or during this very difficult time. I'm honored to welcome Dr. Mridula Phadke, Senior Advisor, NHM, UNICEF, and ex-Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Mumbai. Dr. Bijay Kumar Panigrahi, Director of Family Welfare, Government of Odisha. Dr. Monica O'Nelson, Chief Field Office, UNICEF Odisha. Dr. Bhagirathi Dibedi, Additional Professor, Department of Pediatrics, AIMS Bhubaneswar, to this August gathering on this virtual platform. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome faculty members, residents, students from different departments of AIMS Bhubaneswar and other medical colleges of Odisha, as well as all over the country. It is a true pleasure for me to welcome all the media personnel, team members of the UNICEF Odisha to this webinar, which is organized by our department, CMFM. As Saurabh said, that this is the third webinar that is being organized by the RCA-PHN under the department of CMFM. So RCA-PHN is the Resource Center for Advancement on Public Health Nutrition, which is a resource hub. And though this center is in its infancy, that we have started last year only, we have managed to organize many media sensitization and thematic workshops on different nutrition topics having public health importance. And Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine has started one-year fellowship program for public health nutrition. And our first fellow, Dr. Durgesh, has passed the fellowship final exam successfully. And this fellowship course offers opportunity to current master's and doctoral level students for academic training on public health nutrition. And there are 2 sets for every academic session, and we have 2 fellows for this year. As Saurabh said, this is a very important topic, or whenever we utter the word nutrition, 2 other words come to our mind, that is growth and nutrition. Are the same, or growth and development are complementary but are not same. So child growth and development depends on good nutrition and stimulation and caretaker emotional responsiveness. That you can give good food or nutritious food to grow, but there may not be development. So for the overall or holistic development, we need both growth and development of the child. So we need a holistic approach for the childhood development. But unfortunately, early childhood development is often addressed in a very fragmented manner. And in this COVID time or pandemic, which has brought about unprecedented challenges to the entire mankind, there is a situation where there is insufficient food, severe food shortage, lack of nutritious food, lack of care by the caregiver, or stimulus, lack of stimulus from the caregiver due to their mental health. So this may lead to poor growth and developmental delays and mental health problems to many unfortunate children. So with this interesting and stimulating discussion that we will have, we can together envisage the solution to the problems and challenges that our future generation will face due to this pandemic and the after effect of pandemic. I once again welcome you all to this webinar. And if you have any question during this presentation, you can write them in the question and answer box, which will be taken up for discussion by our eminent speakers. I wish you a most fruitful hour with interesting and stimulating discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Saurabh.
Thank you, Pragya. May I now invite Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi, Additional Professor, Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS, Bhubaneswar. He has been with AIIMS since 2018. He was a scientist, grade E, ICMR, RMRC, Bhubaneswar, and has worked for 15 years in RMRC in various capacities. He has been awarded Professor R.N. Sen Memorial Award in Physiology, ML Patel Memorial Gold Medal in Pediatrics. He is a member of the Academy Medical Sciences and the ICMR National Award for Excellence in Research in Tropical Diseases. Dr. Dwivedi, may I invite you now to deliver your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. And I feel privileged to be part of this meeting actually. I feel this is a very good topic chosen in this scenario where in the COVID scenario, the childhood development is quite important, as Pragya already told. So what I feel, Dr. Saurabh can just start the first slide. Okay. We understand that early childhood development is quite important. We always teach as a part of your pediatric training, what are the developmental stages: physical development, growth, emotional development, skill, and motor development. We try to teach them how to get it done, whether the child is developing in a better way or not. But we don't emphasize always the social aspects or emotional aspects of it, which is quite challenging actually in many fronts. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. That's Saurabh. Next, can you just change over the slide? Next slide.
Dr. Dwivedi, just a moment. It
okay,
froze.
fine.
It has frozen. Just a moment.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, let me continue. Actually, every one of us feel that our childhood is a very delighting phase. When we come to memorize something, we always try to recapitulate our own childhood experiences. So many of our adults feel that the childhood is like a flower. All children is like a flower. Just we want to groom them well to a full grown. Yeah, fine. adult so that a flower blooms properly to give a good fruit. That is the investment in the early childhood. And we say early childhood means that is the phase before 6 years of age. But many times we say the development starts from the womb. That means from the fetal life it started. Every of us are aware that you have heard the story of Mahabharata. Many of us give that example that Abhimanyu have learned the skill of war from womb itself. So the childhood has been developed from the conception to the birth and subsequently to up to 6 years, which is quite important. Okay, next slide. And subsequently, this continues till there is a sexual maturity or emotional maturity is complete till one achieves the adulthood, like at the age of 18 years, like that. So this is a complete childhood, but early childhood divided into, next slide. Yeah, early childhood divide into the 0 to 6 years and 6 to 6 years onwards, afterwards. Because many part we say that this is related to social development or social issues rather than a physical development or physical growth. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. So physical development, next please. So physical development is not always a question of nutrition only. It's a related or comprehensive effort of the parents, the society as a whole, and our efforts as a programmer or as a country, what we look into, how we look into the childhood. So if you look into the different angles of childhood, the parents feel sometimes it's a problematic for the child, for the parents to grow a child in the early phases. So it's a problematic phase for the parents. But when we show something toward the educationist, they say it's a preschool age, it's a preparatory learning phase, it's a phase of preparation. We need to prepare the child to take up the higher task in the future. And a psychologist say this is a pre-gang age. That means the complete social development has not started. It's a pre-phase of socialization. Next slide, please. When we come to the development assessment, we many times feel what a child is expected to develop by the age of 6 years or in the preschool age or the early childhood. We expect that the child should take up his own task in many ways. He should be able to walk properly. He should dress up properly. He should take his own food, take his own food timely. So there should be a very good physiological settlement. He should pass urine timely, or should have a good toilet habits, or he should take his own care. Thank you. Okay. So that means as a pediatrician or as a doctor, we also try to assess the comprehension or skill of knowledge, skill of communication, language development or vocabulary the child is developing, whether this is perfect or not. We say that by the age of 2 to 3 years, he should be able to speak few sentences. After that, he can frame few short stories, can listen properly and recapitulate and also reflect on it. Okay, thank you. Next slide. So this learning development also continues in this phase so that the proper vocabulary development comes up and the child is able to take up the task when it goes to more than 6-year phase or 7 years or primary school or primary education phase. Looking into in short the physical development in the early part by the 5 years or 6 years is very faster. After that, there is a plateau and the second phase of growth comes up in the puberty only. So the first phase of growth or first growth spot occurs in the just following birth. It's very faster. So the weight is increasing very fast, height is increasing very fast. And by the age of 6 years, we say that around 6 to 7 times of the birth weight is achieved. That means if the birth weight is around 3 kg, we can expect by 6 years, the weight will be more than 20 kgs, like that. And height also becomes double, 50 to 100 centimeter, like that. If you the child birth, the length is 50 centimeter, it reaches around 100 centimeter or more. So the development is very faster. So accordingly, the requirement or the feeding habits, the total calorie need also increases in the first phase. And the bone mass also develops to take up the physical activities. Next slide. Yeah, fine. Besides these physical activities, we need the physiological changes also. As I've told, there is a physiological stability or stabilization of the physiological habits by this age. If we ask a pediatrician, they say the CBC, the hemoglobin, or the total leukocyte count, or the total whatever total RBC count, platelet count is different in different age of child. So these are very differently behaving in the early childhood also. So the normal for adult total leukocyte count, what is adult normal for the adult, it's not the same for the child. So there is everywhere there is a physiological change, and there should be a phase of stabilization that should come up in this period. As I just given one example, the feeding habit, the calorie need, maybe that initially it is 150 kilocalorie per kg body weight, gradually decreases to 100 or like that, below that also. So according to the age advances, your calorie need also decreases, or feeding habits also decreases, but it becomes gradually regularized as per the growth. Okay, next. So besides nutrition, as I told, besides the nutrition or food habits or supplementary food requirements, we also look into the skill development of early childhood. Means we feel that the child can learn better. It's an easy learner because almost the child is a very good reaction, means very early reaction time means very short reaction time. He can grasp the things earlier, doesn't have any negativity in the phase of learning, and he loves to repeat it. By through repetition, we learn things or develop the expertise. So repetition is a good thing, which is the part of the child, and he enjoys it. And most of the children are very adventurous. They don't have any fear. So they can take any task or any opportunity that comes to them. So it's a very good phase for learning, and we should not miss it at the part of training. So we develop both hand skills and leg skills. Just I want to just say a few points on this. Next slide, please. Next slide. If you will go into the hand skills, we just expect the self-feeding behavior. He can dress and undress himself, brush his teeth well, or you can take a head bath or a hair bath like that. In the leg skills, next slide. He can walk, can ride a tricycle, can have a dance skills also. That means almost every skill that is expected from an adult is achieved by the age of 6 years. And that is a slow phase, and that is requiring our regular monitoring of these skills to develop. And any phase of development it's lacking or lagging behind, there is a need to focus on that, why it is lagging behind. Next. The similar, this handedness, right-handedness or left-handedness, that is also a similarity. This develops gradually. Many times we say we force a child to write in the right hand, but it may not so happen. That means that is decided by the brain or from the beginning, and the trainer or the parents or the preschool educators need to understand the right-handedness or left-handedness of the child or preference. That also is essential to be learned. And there is gradual improvement in the comprehension. Comprehension means I understand, I listen, I understand and reflect in the form of a social response or language response or vocabulary response. Next one. Next slide. So comprehensively, this leads to a development of greater speaking potential, or the children can speak in a better way. Next slide. Okay, fine. If you just observe over the last 20 years or 30 years, our parents say that our sons, that means their grandsons or granddaughters, are better speaking than us when we were children. That means the present day children are able to speak in a better way, in a more logical way, because they have an opportunity to get the experience from the parents more and more, and the peer experiences also. Means nowadays there is a more interaction between the parents and their son or daughters. That means there is a more stimulation or information going to them, so that the comprehension skill is developing gradually day by day. So the tasks or expected tasks in the learning skills, they can pronunciation can be better, they can have a good vocabulary, number of words will be more, and they can frame sentences as well as frame short stories. All these are speech tasks of speech development or learning development we can expect. Next slide. So if I just go on saying all these, there is a growth development, there is a social development, speech development, motor development, coordination development, everything is happening. But there are several factors determining all these. It can be intelligence. Intelligence means, suppose there is a hypothyroid child, it can be Down syndrome child. So inherently, they are likely to have a low intelligence, low IQ. So they learn little slower. That need to be understood by a parent or a preschool educator. And the type of discipline one is following, the family pattern, number of children in the family, siblings, what are the siblings, how they are growing in it. And many times, many doctors nowadays complain their child is not speaking well, not interacting. What happens is there is a difficulty in getting the language if the mother is speaking in a different language, father tells in a different language, and school teaches in a different language. So these language differences are causing a very great difficulty nowadays in the learning ability of the children. So a single language learning or a disciplined way of training in language is quite essential in many parts of this country, because nowadays there are lot of migration and different people migrate from different districts or states to different parts, and there is a mixing of the languages. This is coming up as a modern challenge to us. Next slide. Next, please. Okay. So there are different, I won't go to much detail, there are different emotional components we come across. It can be anger, it can be fear or jealousy, enviousness. All these components develop during childhood. Next slide. And out of them, some of the terms which we are really worried sometimes, the temper tantrums which need to be recognized, excessive fear or excessive jealousy or enviousness. And there is a different age groups which to develop in that. I've already told in the aspect of a sociologist or a psychologist, the early childhood comes up as a pre-gang age. Next slide. So it starts as a pattern of early socialization. It can be the most important aspect comes with the play. It can be indoor play or outdoor play. It's a parallel play, different aspects. The starts with a parallel play to association, associative play, two children start playing, and a cooperative play or a team game. Next slide. So all these play patterns, especially the playing in a school or playing in the household or playing with the peers, forms a basis of subsequent childhood development. And even in this picture, there are different modes of playing, starting from the individual to group formation or socialization. Next slide. So many have given importance of outdoor play or playing activities or playing hours directly linking to the social development in the future or emotional development in the future. Some of the studies have said that the countries who spend more time on school recess hours or the independence to play something ultimately gives rise to a good social development or good emotional development of the children subsequently in the subsequent phase. So that need to be taken care of while placing our children in the Anganwadis or the preschool, pre-nursery or nursery KG or all those systems, or at the home also. Next slide. Okay. So as I told, the play becomes a major part, and it can start from the playing alone or with the others. It starts with the playing alone, seeing the repetition from the others, or trying to have some articulations or artistic ways of taking a play, or that means adding some creativity to the playing component. And afterwards, it comes to adult and child interaction in the form of play, and adult commanding or guiding the child how to play. But ultimately, an independence given to the child through playing carries a great role in a social development or childhood development. Next one. Next slide. Okay. Just touching some of the critical timings and factors. Next slide, please. Okay. I have almost covered, but I have already told that the child development starts from the womb. If you look into the brain development also, the sulci and gyri formation or the gray matter development is different in the early fetal period, and gradually this matures. The gray matter, the sequence of gray matter matures and everything. But if you look into this figure, you are measuring a head circumference from the birth to 2 years or afterwards. If you think of a birth, head circumference is starting at 35 centimeter, 34 centimeter, normal at the birth, it increases at the first year around 45 to 46 centimeter or 47 centimeter, and the age of 2 years, it becomes 4-5 centimeter more, or 51-52 centimeter. If you compare the adult head circumference, it's almost similar to that, hardly 3-4 centimeter larger than this. So the brain development is almost complete by the age of 2 years. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so whatever nutrition component you want to give or more stimulation you want to give, that is more useful in the early phases below the 2 years of age. And as I already told, in the fetal life, if you go the slide from the below upwards, just see that at the first trimester, you can see that it starts the swallowing of the amniotic fluid. That means the taste buds start developing. Then it can develop the hearing and the visual cortex development. The eyes develop completely by the 7 months of age, and the tactile sensation also develop gradually after that. That means all the senses like taste sensation, hearing, vision, or tactile sensations all are developing before birth itself. So this phase of development in utero also quite important beside this early childhood development. If we go back to the fetal life. Next slide, please. So there are many ways of assessing. As I told, we need a physical development assessment or a speech assessment, motor assessment, or skill development assessment. So there are many ways of non-verbal communication to assess also. That means the child try to communicate in a non-verbal ways from the early phase, from the womb to the early phase of development. Next one. So as a doctor or as a pediatrician or a social educator or even Anganwadi worker, something like that, we need to train them in certain aspects of non-verbal communications of a childhood development, which they should identify as a soft signs, so that they can inform the pediatrician or the referral center regarding the developmental delays or childhood developmental difficulties. If you just combine everything, now in this slide, there are different aspects of development: language development, social development, physical development, everything. But all these are cross-linked or interlinked in many ways. That is nutrition, stimulation, social factors, family factors, emotional developments, siblings, everything is implied, or responsibility of the country or the health program. Everything is linked for a complete development of the child. Next one. Next slide, please. So, as everybody understands, the childhood development is quite important for subsequent phases. I will not go into the much of these problematic things because it will be covered up subsequently. But just to say that many of our children are still dying and not getting their full potential to develop or full potential of growth in their life because they are missing their childhood. Next one. Next slide. And just some pictures of our Anganwadis or our health system like that. So the investing in the young children or during this early phases of life is really giving back in a great form. So we want to invest more and more in this early childhood period so that we can get the fruit in the subsequent phases. And this will lead to the ultimate goals of our health development as well as your social development or total global development. Okay, next one. But the thing is, we know that early childhood development is important, but we don't pay that much attention. Even as doctors or pediatricians or anyone, we don't pay that much attention. We just understand that child is growing and child is developing, but we don't look into slight in depth of it, in which areas it is failing, or can you do slightly more. I feel this workshop will be a motivational, will have a strong motivational angle so that the participants, when they come out to the real practice or be engaged in the program or to the real practice in the sense, they should be more motivated and take this into their heart and brain so that they really, we should feel responsible towards taking care of this early childhood developments as a task of ourselves as well as to the convincing the parents or the society or the public health aspects. Okay, next one. Next. So we have a very strong program, that is ICDS. I will not go through details. It encompasses all components of the growth and development, starting from nutrition, immunization, education, everything. So it's a very beautiful program, but only thing that we need to take care of in a very good way. As already Dr. Saurabh has highlighted in the first presentation, first 1,000 days are quite important. Starting from the conception to the first around 2 years of age, this should not be missed from any angle. Okay, next slide. Next one. And these 1,000 days extend to the 5 years. We get more development towards the social aspects or social emotional or intelligence or the skills or the psychomotor developments. Okay, next one. Next slide, please. So as I've already told, we gain from the early childhood expenditures. So there is a different, many parts of the world have taken calculations. Even World Bank has given the calculation. If you spend on the nutrition, we are getting much. If you spend in increasing the preschool enrollments or preschool education, we are also getting a higher benefit or cost benefit ratio in terms of social development or gross development of the country in terms of GDP or total economic development also. Next slide. That means we are not failing if you are spending more in this. So current issues means there are many issues till now also. We have many children with anemia. We have many children with stunting or many children with a low weight gain. We are also getting cases of severe acute malnutrition and also very developmental failures. So all these are the attentions we need to do as a part of physical development, growth development, as well as the emotional or social developments, which is really, I feel, not lacking actually in terms this psychomotor development or emotional developments. It's really lacking in the program or primary health center level, which need to be taken care of. Next. Okay. And as I told, we have a very good hope that it has been included into the developmental goal programs, SDG programs. It has been included, and we are hopeful that it will be taken up in a good shape in the future. Okay. I think I will conclude with this to you, but I feel that all the participants should be able to feel that the childhood development is quite important. We should know the theory, but the theoretical aspect or theoretical knowledge is not only sufficient. The thing is how we need to practice it as an individual doctor or as a programmer or as a social motivator or anyway in every angle or as a parent also. So all these aspects need to be taken care of, and we should. I want to stop here. Anything, if anything to be asked, we can be discussing subsequently. I thank you all. If any queries, you can ask me. Otherwise, you will stop here. Thank you.
Dr. Dwivedi.
Yeah.
Colleagues, if you have any queries, please put it in the Q&A chat box, Q&A box. And
Yeah.
at the end of this session, we will take those questions.
Okay.
May we now move forward to our next panelist, who is Dr. Mridula Phatke, Senior Advisor NHM, UNICEF, and ex-Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. Madam Phatke is one of the most respected pediatrician. She is a professor of pediatrics and a senior fellow of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics in India. Ma'am has held several senior positions in the government of Maharashtra, and as I have already mentioned, was the Vice Chancellor of MUHS. She was a Director of Medical Education, Dean, BJ Medical College, Professor in HOD Pediatrics, BJ Medical College, Pune. She currently works as a senior advisor to the National Health Mission Government of Maharashtra, and is also a senior consultant of UNICEF Maharashtra, wherein she advises and teaches as adjunct professor, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, and works as independent director, Serum Institute of India, Pune. She is the senior technical advisor, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, member, Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety, WHO Geneva. She is the member of Seasonal Flu Vaccine Safety Committee of WHO Geneva. She is also the recipient of the President of India's Medal for her services. Now, may I request Dr. Phatke, who has helped us, who has been kind of providing her expert advice, and I also consider her as my mentor. So may I request Dr. Fatke to kindly make her presentation. Ma'am, I'll be sharing the screen for you.
Thank you, Saurav, for such a kind introduction. I really don't deserve it, but I'm very thankful to you. Honorable Chairperson of today's function, Director Dr. Panigrahi, UNICEF Chief, Monica Madam, my colleague, Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi, Saurav, all the friends from AIMS Bhubaneswar and from UNICEF. At the very outset, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And after having heard Dr. Bhagirathi's talk on early childhood development, which I think he covered it so eloquently and so beautifully that he told us how the child is going to develop, right from acquisition of social smile to all the motor, mental, social, emotional, and all the developmental milestones of the child and the art and the physiology of it. So now we will look at a little bit of science of it and in a different way as to we try and give it a COVID lens. Now everything has to be looked at from COVID lens because we need to know we are in a very strange scenario. Could I have the next slide, please? And that's, we are going to tell you how this COVID scenario has changed the whole world. And therefore it has also changed the world of early childhood development. And we'll see how we have done it. Can I have the next slide, please? Well, it has been said that if we change the beginning of the story, we can change the whole story. And said this a great author. So we are here now to see how we change the beginning of the story, and that is going to change the whole story. Saurav, can I have the next slide, next to next now? Something is problematic in
This, ma'am, this one, please see.
now the next slide. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Second slide, please.
The second slide. Okay,
Yeah.
ma'am. This one.
And
21 million women. That slide.
That's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
third now. Come to 21 million.
Yes, ma'am. That is there.
Yeah. On my screen, some other slide is being.
Yeah, Saurabh ji, it is not changing slide.
Yeah, the slides are not changing, Saurav.
Okay, ma'am. Just a moment.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So
Okay,
can you show the second slide? So, okay, this is all right. So now go to the next one. Yeah, very
this
fine.
one, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
That's right. Now, COVID-19, as we all know, it has created havoc in the world. It is a great humanitarian crisis, and the amount of collateral damage that has occurred due to COVID-19 is that we know that it is a silent food crisis. 100 million Indians, we think, are vulnerable, and they are going to be affected particularly by shortage of food. 26 million newborns are born in COVID times. And we know that who is going to suffer the most? Probably not so much as males, but it is the females and the girl child who is going to suffer the most. We are aware of the fact that 21 million women have conceived during COVID times. And out of these 21 women, we know that 4 are actors. But nevertheless, this is the real scenario that 21 women have conceived, and they're all going to deliver now in COVID times. People have lost their jobs. There is economic distress. Supply chains of foods and everything are disrupted. We are aware of also the fact that nutrient-rich food is 10 times costlier. It is impossible to get fruits and vegetables even in the state of Maharashtra. And Poshan month was going on last month, and we discussed at length all over the country as to how to give highly nutritious food. But the real scenario because of COVID-19 is that the nutrition of children and women is going to get affected. Needless to say that wasting and stunting may increase. Now we have NHS 3 and 4 show that wasting increased from 3 to 4. So we didn't do well from NHFHS 3 to NFHS 4. Now we don't know what will happen because of COVID and how that will indirectly affect the early childhood development. That's what we are going to see. Can I have the next slide, please? Early childhood development. We are going the reverse way, Saurabh. Sorry. Early childhood development. Yeah. Early childhood development is one of the aims as well as a prerequisite for going on towards SDG, that is our developmental goals. And COVID has come in the middle. Now, what has it mainly done to people? Let's see, besides falling ill, we'll look at the mental aspect. And COVID has produced enormous stress in parents because even simple things are not possible to be done. Everybody is homebound, home locked, job losses have occurred. And this toxic stress, which has occurred due to COVID-19, scientists at the Johns Hopkins University studied this toxic stress and they came to the conclusion that it is very different from routine stress. So the heart rate of people have risen, the total blood pressure has risen, and various stress hormones are released. Now, this has happened to adults. So adults in the family have been suffering like this, and that is going to get reflected on the children. And therefore, we have to see how good or how bad is the parenting going to be in light of COVID-19. And therefore, we come to early childhood development, which says, definition so beautifully given, that we include 1000 days, that is 9 months of conception, first 2 years of life, and we go on to preschool childhood, that is up to 6 years. So 0 birth to 3 years and 3 to 6 years, all these 3 phases of early childhood development are to be covered by us. We know the physiology and we know the developmental milestone so beautifully told by Dr. Bhagirathi, but this is what is the scenario. And this is going to get affected, the early childhood development, by poverty. So 43% of the world population is stunted. They are living in poverty. They are already wasted. 66% in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. Therefore, India, we are in a very difficult situation, and it is the poverty and the stunting. So all this is intergenerational. So one generation which has gone into poverty, which has become stunted, are going to produce low birth weight babies who are going to, when they become mothers, they are going to produce further low birth weight children, children who are deprived and who are mentally also compromised. And this intergenerational cycle goes on. And we have to stop this vicious cycle. For this, we have to know the science of early childhood development. And we know that above all, this intergenerational cycle is further affected by COVID. So first, before that, let us know what is meant by growth. There is a difference between growth and development. Growth is increase in physical size, whereas development of a child is maturation of function and orderly progression of motor, cognitive, language, socio-emotional, and perceptual functions of the child. So in light of this growth and development, now let us know what are the various domains of early childhood development. So there are main 4 domains of early childhood development. And what is this concept of ECD? Early childhood development is collectively grouped into 5 main domains of nurturing care. So ECD is going to involve not only motor, mental, emotional, physical development of the child, but there are a number of factors, a number of domains related to it, which collectively result in the best development of the child, who is now going to become a better and the best adult. So which are the 5 domains of this nurturing care? The first domain is we have to look after the health of the child. That obviously looks at immunization. The second one is the nutrition of the child. The third one is responsive caregiving. The fourth one is security and safety of the child. And the fifth one is early learning. So these are the 5 main components of nurturing care, which even eventually lead to the best early childhood development. So when we are looking as a child, and we are looking at the child only, not only from the developmental viewpoint, but we have to look at the health of the child, the nutrition of the child, the safety and security of the child, the responsive caregiving by the parents, and obviously the early learning opportunities in the child. So one component that we can see now is the nutrition component. And we have 3 windows of opportunity. We know them too well. Look after the adolescent girl, look at the conception, look at 1000 days, that is from conception to 2 years, 730 and 270 days. So 1000 days, critical period in the life of a child. And along with this nutrition in these periods, we are going to look after the immunization and care of the child during illness. So when we are looking at the adolescent girl and the conception, we should know how the human brain is developing. And we learned a little bit about human brain development, that first 2 years of the child, the brain of the child has grown maximally, and therefore our head circumference of a 2-year-old child is nearly that of an adult, that is 50 centimeters. So what happens? The first 2 years at this period, the genetic blueprint of the brain is determined right at fertilization of the ovum. So developing and the programming of the brain starts there. And after that, it is influenced by the nurture and the experience that is going to occur. So overall, the development of the brain is a good interplay between the genes of the child with which it is born and the environment of the child. And we know third important factor now, and that is epigenetic factors which are under our control, because it is the cellular, metabolic, and physiological factors that can modify the DNA. We know that if good folic acid is given in the diet, good nutrition is given, we know that DNA methylation occurs very properly. And if that has not occurred, then this suboptimal nutrition is going to result into disastrous effects on the baby. And that's how we have to remember that human brain growth is influenced by 3 things: the genes, the environment, and the third one now is the epigenetic factors. The next slide, please. So in early years of life, we have to target the caregivers, and we have to look at the fetus and the children. And you might say we are not aware of the fact, show us the science of it. Studies were done in Jamaica, and they found out that if a child is given good environment, say he is born with X genes, and on the top of it you give good environmental stimulation, it was found out, and a good supplementary feeding program was given, and we found out that such children showed demonstrated 25% higher productivity when they became adults. So this long drawn study for 20 years showed the importance of early childhood development. And that's what even our forefathers said. So there lies the importance of stimulation of the child and good supplementary feeding. The next slide, please. So let us see how the brain growth actually occurs. Because in order to know the science of it, we can see that in the human brain, the nerve cells are formed in the first few days of life, right up to the 4 to 6 weeks of pregnancy. We know that the neural tube gets formed at 6 weeks of pregnancy. Now that's the time when the nerve cells have already begun to get formed in the first few days. And these neurons, they form at a great rate. Now you cannot imagine 250,000 new cells are formed every minute in our brain. So many neurons have formed in our brain, 250,000 neurons every minute. And at birth, how many neurons we are born with? 100 billion brain cells, that they are like the stars in the sky. Now the next slide shows how the brain has grown now. The next slide, please, Saurav. Now we can see here how the brain has grown, and we have got all the neurons. Can we go to the next slide? And now what happens? These neurons have grown in the brain, and we have got 100 billion neurons. But now the neurons have to migrate in various areas of the brain. If they don't migrate, our development is not proper. So neuronal migration occurs to critical areas in the brain during early fetal life. And all this neuronal formation is completed by the 3rd trimester. So you can imagine that our brain has developed during conception. In the first few weeks, the neuronal migration has occurred. And now the most important thing happens, and that is the brain starts to wire itself by developing synaptic connections. And how these synaptic connections develop? They develop between neurons, and this strengthening of synapses is influenced by nurturing care that we give to the child. It results in a better learning and remembering and on good feeling and good behavior. So how do synaptic connections develop? They develop on related to various factors, right from influence of emotions to influence of nutrition to so many things. And brain is like a sponge. So the more the nurturing, the more the stimulation, the more is the brain going to absorb. Can we have the next slide, please? And what does this slide show now? The next slide shows how the neurons have got interconnected or how the synapses have formed. The first one there shows just a few synapses. That is in the beginning of our life at few weeks of gestation. The second and third one show more synapses, then little more synapses. But what is important is after 1 or 2 years of life, synaptic pruning occurs. Means some neurons get eliminated, some synapses are eliminated, and this synaptic pruning is critical. So not only the neuron development to 100 billion neurons is important, not only synapse formation is important, but synaptic pruning is equally important. When you give good nurturing care, the synaptic pruning is accurate and the child develops in a better way. Now, can I show the next slide, please? Now, this is a very important slide. This evidence has come just 2 months ago. Scientists in Harvard studied the neurons of children born to COVID parents who were under tremendous stress, and they studied their neurons. And what did they find? Now, the neurons, the first one on the top, is showing you neurons which are totally interconnected. The synaptic connections are good, and you can see that the neuronal development is excellent. The point on the second neuron down below is showing you that as a result of stress, the number of neurons and synaptic connections have become immensely less. And this was found out by imaging techniques. So this was not like a normal stress. This was the stress of COVID. And where did it get affected? It affected the prefrontal cortex and it affected the hippocampus. So the state of learning, the state of memory, and the state of emotions were affected the most. So one can imagine that COVID-19 all over India, COVID-19 all over the world, parents are at stress, and the stress is toxic stress. The neurons of the child have not developed synaptically properly, and areas of prefrontal cortex and areas of hippocampus are the ones that are affected the most. The next slide, please. Now we can see that all functions through these neurons are gone. The higher cognitive function, the language, the sensory pathways, and that has occurred not only at birth, but for a child of 6 years. So the stress is going to affect not only children who are born during COVID times, but children who are 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 years of age. Least that I say that parents are glued to their laptops and they are all the time Zooming and having meetings. So how is the child going to get any sensory stimulation at 6 years when he is requiring to develop good higher cognitive functions? So this is the effect of stress on early childhood development that we have learned. Now let's see the effect of nutrition. The next slide, please. What can nutrition do to the brain of the child? And there we know that if the child is deprived of proteins, proteins are required for global brain development. Fats are required for the nerve connectivity. We know that myelin sheath, which is formed by fat, this is required for nerve connectivity, and zinc is required for development of memory and learning ability. We all also know that the iodine is required for connectivity of the neurons, and hypothyroidism, we know fully well, does not develop the brain properly. We are also aware of the fact that iron, the most important metal that is required not only for hemoglobin, but if we don't have adequate iron, the memory lapse does occur. And folic acid, if we don't have folic acid, the development of the neural development, the neural tube development does not occur properly. And therefore, nutrition is strongly related to brain development, and which many of us are not aware. We only think of anemia, we only think of folic acid deficiency. But imagine folic acid deficiency is doing so much of harm. Animal models and human studies have shown that nutrients are required for neuronal proliferation, they are required for axon and dendritic growth, they are required for migration, they are required for synapses, fats are required for myelination and neuronal apoptosis, that is the synaptic pruning that we talked about, and the programmed cell death. If none of these things occur properly, the brain development is improper. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. If proteins are not there, can I have the next slide, please?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
if there are no proteins, the global brain development does not occur. If no fats, the neuronal connectivity fails. No zinc and no memory, no iron, no memory, IQs become less. So when you are listening to a lecture in a classroom, and if you are unable to concentrate, be sure that you are likely to have become anemic, your zinc levels have dropped down, and therefore you need to try and get your hemoglobin checked. No iodine, connectivity of neurons is gone, and hypothyroidism is a classical example. Folic acid, neural tube defects, we have already said. The next slide, please. So where can we start with? We have to start obviously with an adolescent girl, and Government of India has so many programs concentrating on the adolescent girl. Keep her BMI good, give her iodine, give her iron, see that she has good protein in the diet. And we are now aware of the fact that right at the time of conception, if the trophoblastic fluid does not have adequate protein, the baby's birth weight is going to be miserable. And that is, we have also seen that a woman, when she's conceiving, many of them don't even know that this is the period of conception. In fact, most of them. And that's the time when good periconceptional folic acid is required. And of course, rubella vaccine, tobacco and alcohol, that we know that that is also another important factor that is to be looked at. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, decrease in food intake at this time. Why has this going to be a question now? Because COVID-19 has resulted in job losses. People are unable to eat food, and there is a 50% decrease in the attendance of people coming to health facility. So it is acting on both ways. People are not going to the health center, and people don't have enough of jobs to feed the children. And it is seen, or it is estimated, Lancet has given a beautiful study by the world chief of UNICEF, by Henrietta Fore and the WHO. This Lancet of 15 days ago has given, and they have estimated that there will be a 14% increase worldwide in wasting. So children are going to be more wasted. And we are not aware of this fact, and we don't know it, that for every 10% wage loss, if your income from 1,000 becomes to 900, the protein decrease occurs by 1.5%, the fat decrease occurs by 1.2%, carbohydrate decrease occurs by 1.2%, and iron and zinc amount becomes decreased by 1.35%. That means imagine that if we do not have good amount of wages, the first thing to go down is proteins, then the fats, then the carbs, and iron and zinc, of course, is going to down further and further. The next slide, please. So as a result of COVID, imagine the mother is going to suffer. And that's why is again the importance of antenatal care for the maternal care, and we have to give it properly in COVID times, and also look at paternal factors. And therefore we know that paternal stress and paternal depression, we have already seen, is going to affect, and the early childhood development of the child is going to suffer. And therefore we have to have group-based parental activities wherein you have to involve the fathers as well. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Now at birth, need not tell you the importance. IYCF, everybody knows too well. Breastfeeding within the first hour of birth, exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months. Kangaroo mother care is one of the factors and some component in early childhood development in matters of health of the baby and good emotional and social development. all these are not only important for preterms, but they are also important for early bonding of the child. And kangaroo mother care can be given by the father as well, calling it a kangaroo father care. And all this is going to lead to a higher IQ of the child. And that again lies the significance of early childhood development. The next slide. When do you start supplementary feeding? Supplementary feeding to be started at complementary feeding to be started at 6 months of life, and micronutrients, vitamin A, iron, iodine, zinc is to be seen. And responsive feeding. Many of us feel that we should not talk to the child when the child is feeding. This is one of the probably not so very correct concepts. The child is to be stimulated even when the child is feeding. So the responses, we say responsive caregiving and responsive feeding. So the baby responds to your stimulus, and that way eating as well as learning becomes a bi-directional and a good process. So responsive caregiving is an important component of early childhood development, to be done by parents, by caregivers, by support groups, by health workers, and early sensory stimulation, and communicate even from antenatal period. The story of Abhimanyu, we are talking for generations. So communicate with the child from antenatal period. We know that the child, even in utero, visual, auditory, all those sensory stimuli are working. And the baby plays to the responsive stimulus like tennis, and the synapses go on developing better and better. Academic performance and psychomotor development is related also to iron, which we have discussed. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. The brain is active and responds to all the sensory stimuli even in utero. So the touch, the feelings, the hearing, the vision which comes nearly the last 6th or 7th month, but hearing is there even in the intrauterine period, and so also the sense of smell. And all this, can I have the next slide? All this gets translated into development of vision in the child, the speech development, the emotional development, the development of the social attachment, development of skills, motor development, peer social skills, and language. And this slide is just showing you at what phases of life they occur. So many of them occur at birth, but one can see that development of social skill comes last, that is at around 4 to 6 years of age. And so is the importance of stages of brain development in an infant and child. So if you want good vision development, speech development, you have to start right there. But if you want good social skills, you have to start a little later. So I need not stress that you have to look at the child right from in utero. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. This slide has been covered so well by Dr. Bhagirathi, so I don't touch it. This slide is showing you the various motor and mental developmental milestones of the child and which are related, and they are all depicting to you what early growth and development of the child is like. The next slide, please. And then, of course, the nutrition of the child in the first 1,000 days, we have already dealt with, that we are going to give to see how the child's memory develops, how the child's brain function develops, how the child's concentration develops, the emotional needs of the child, the judgment, and all the functions of the child are going to develop in these 1,000 days. The next slide, please. Just to show you that how big is the brain development. And the brain is fully developed in the first 2 years when the height of the child is just of a 2-year-old child is 50%. So the child has grown in height only 50% in the first 2 years, and the adult height will be double the child's height at 2 years, whereas the adult brain is nearly the same as the brain of the child at 2 years. 80% of the brain growth has occurred. And so early childhood, the importance of early childhood. The next slide, please. Now, what is child protection? How are we going to give child protection? And I feel in matters of COVID-19, this assumes importance. Prevention of child malnutrition. I would think that if you don't give good treatment to the child, the mid-sagittal area and the hippocampus of the brain does not develop, and therefore the triple P, positive parental developmental skills, and therefore we have to see that there is no social abuse, there is no sexual abuse, there is no non-accidental injury. People beat their children. In COVID times, this has increased, as they put it, by 12%. Domestic violence has increased, and social security is not there. So a conditional cash transfer could be one of the things to give a better child protection. I'm also told that many girls have got married off by the parents because they cannot feed these children even at the ages of 13 and 14. But soon now we will get exact figures, but this is the importance of knowing about child protection. And then, of course, what are you going to do in your Anganwadis? The next slide, please. Early learning can be facilitated by giving toys, music, communication, and you have to maintain social distancing, you have to maintain hand washing, and you have to sanitize. So when you're giving all these toys and music, you will do that. But in COVID times, we know that all this might have suffered. And how it would have suffered? Because Anganwadis themselves are closed. In which case, I want to quote one experience before I conclude. In the state of Maharashtra, wherein in a small village, they did not resort to, there was no internet, there was no connectivity, so people could not learn on their laptops and iPads. And in that village, what the villagers did was that they put a big microphone in a temple, and through the microphone, every morning for 2 hours, they were reciting nursery rhymes, they were reciting poems, they were reciting God's hymns of all religions, and they were also reciting 1, 2, 3, 4 and the arithmetic tables. I thought that in COVID times, early learning was facilitated not by children actually going, but by putting a big microphone in the village, and children learned like that. So I think we are experimenting, and not only are we experimenting in various ways, but I may conclude that early childhood development, COVID-19 and nutrition, each of them have got influence on the other person. And one of them, obviously, COVID-19 has produced a detrimental influence. They are all intertwined. And now is the time for us to act. We have to take a multi-sectoral approach, follow all COVID protocols, and deliver all the 5 domains of early childhood development. That is the health, nutrition, responsive caregiving, early learning, and giving a child a secure and a safe home. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, madam, for an excellent and, as usual, stimulating discourse on ECD, specifically its relevance during the COVID times. Colleagues, if you have any questions, please put it in the chat box or in the Q&A panel, and we will request Dr. Fatke to answer those questions, relevant questions, at the end of the panelists speaking. May we now move over to Dr. Monica O'Nelson, Chief Field Office, UNICEF Odisha. Dr. Nelson is a PhD, and she has been the Chief of the Field Office in Bhubaneswar since January 2019. She is an educationist with extensive experience in teacher education, special needs, inclusive education, monitoring and evaluation, and advocacy. Dr. Monica has received her PhD and MA in Education and Development from the University of East Anglia, UK. Between 2008 and 2011, she undertook her doctoral research on gender-based violence in and around schools in Mozambique. She has spent 14 years of her professional life in Sub-Saharan Africa, where she worked in a variety of capacities. In 2014, prior to the assignment in Bhubaneswar, Mrs. Dr. Nelson joined UNICEF Indonesia country office in the capacity of an educational specialist. And over to you, Monica, for your presentation and deliberation for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurav, and thank you so much for having me. friends, colleagues. Wonderful to see you, Dr. Patke, virtually, but very nice to see you. And I really enjoyed your presentation, as well as Dr. Bagirati. I mean, lots of knowledge, and we are still learning, as we see. Before I kick off with my presentation, I think, Saurav, I will have to ask you to help me with slides because I'm having some difficulties here. But before I start, while Saurav is preparing the slides, I only want to say that, you know, both presentations, I think they prove that we are still learning. We are still learning about what early childhood development is, when is it starting, how much a child is really perceiving from the very first day of its life, really. And particularly now in the days of COVID, I think it has been a huge learning for all of us, and particularly on, especially on psychosocial mental health of children. I think we have learned a lot, and as Dr. Patka was just mentioning, you know, as simple solutions as playing through the microphones or playing music from the local mosque can have such a huge impact on children's development. So it's not always the very smart solutions, but it's the most practical ones that work. So therefore, we should not perhaps underestimate, you know, or rather encourage parents in rural areas that they can do with as little as they have, because we know that they do not have resources very often, and this becomes very often an excuse for not engaging with the child. But it does prove that the child does not need actually very expensive resources and solutions. This said, I am not undermining that, you know, we do have to have a special focus on the child, and certain resources are necessary. Now, as we have been listening to both presentations, we can also understand that ECD has never received so much attention, I think, globally, and particularly in developing countries. Responsive parenting is a relatively new topic, but very important one. And this is perhaps the most important part of early childhood development. And I'm not going to you know, repeat all what was already presented, but the most important aspect of early childhood development is really the parenting that we should look at. Now, I have prepared the presentation, and perhaps you know, we should have started with this, but now I see that it is actually also useful to perhaps kind of sum up what has been said by both doctors, Dr. Bagirati and Dr. Patke. So I will be looking a little bit at kind of holistic way of ECD. So we have heard all of those examples, you know, from stimulation to health to nutrition. So I will be taking a kind of more of a helicopter view and presenting participants with how in UNICEF we look at it. And Dr. Patke also mentioned the latest Lancet paper, which is very much, you know, in line with what UNICEF believes in and what our mandate is as well. So the very first slide, just quickly, looks at kind of all the service delivery platforms and different strategies that in UNICEF we promote and we consider when we plan our interventions for ECD. I must say that before perhaps going any further, in India, also UNICEF has not really spent much time yet, time and focus perhaps on ECD. And therefore this today's webinar is very timely also for us to learn a little bit more, and also as we are planning ahead for coming years and you know, post-COVID situation, it's a very useful audience today, or webinar. So as you will see at the on the slides, as we consider programming for ECD, we look at different service delivery platforms, and in India we are very lucky to have the program for children, which is there and very well conceived, however perhaps not yet delivered as we would like to see. So ICDS is really looking at across the board at all sectors and all sections of development, if you like, of a child. So if you look at the first row of the service delivery platforms, health and nutrition is very much there, education, looking at preschools and schools, community with childcare centers and a care for children at workplace, which perhaps is not there yet, and protection, so social protection platforms, etc. And then the implementing strategies. Again, we are looking at cross-sectoral and multi-sectoral programming. So as we have heard in both presentations, you know, it includes each and every single sector and each and every single item, if you like, of the sector to both ensure that the child grows and thrives, starting from wash to health to nutrition to education, etc., and child protection. Then we are, of course, looking at policy and system strengthening, and this is one of our main mandates, as you know, UNICEF works for. So strengthening the system and supporting the government with different policies that could enable children to grow and develop and thrive. Then we are looking at behavior change and community engagement. And I would like to pay a little bit attention to this one, because it's not only about, you know, community as, or not only about parenting, but it's also about involving the whole community. You know, there is this beautiful proverb saying that it takes a village to grow a child, and it is very much it is very much true. So if we look at, you know, many years ago, this is what was happening. A whole village was growing, or was helping a child to develop. And behavior change in this context is very important. So I will talk about it a little bit later, but UNICEF is paying a lot of attention on something that is called C4D, which is Communication for Development, where we are working with communities to communicate the right messages for, in this case, would be parents, but as well other caregivers, of course, in the context of child rearing and development. And then there is, of course, advocacy that is part of our job, data and evidence. This one is another very interesting point, because up until a few years back, I would say that we didn't have so much evidence. Today we can see, as we were just seeing on one of the slides, the neurons and other important bits of evidence that actually leads us and guide us in designing our interventions, which is very important and great to see that this is how far we have got to. And then obviously public finance for children. This is still a quite nascent, I would say, stage of work also for UNICEF, but particularly for governments, where, you know, where we see that there is not really much funds or money spent on children. So one of our advocacy with the government, also with the government in Orissa, is basically public finance for children. And Orissa is actually one of the very first states that have a child-friendly budget, if you like, where we basically analyze all the budgets that are, or all the finances in the government and spending on children. It's not great yet, but I think, you know, with time and with evidence again, we will be able to ensure that there is much better spending on children. And then all of this is, of course, supported by monitoring and evaluation, measurement, etc., etc. So next slide, Saurav. This is a little bit of a more complex slide, but it's basically what we have just talked about. I mean, Dr. Patka and Dr. Bhagirathi were talking about. So it really sums up in theory, if you like, or more in concepts, what a young child or children between 0 to 6, how can we make sure that they survive and thrive and develop to their full potential? And this is the goal really of ECD, as we see it, as we look at it in UNICEF. And then we divide children into 2 groups, 0 to 5 and 3 to 6. So and we look at different sectors, as we were just saying, and different sectors will be responsible for different areas of development, and you can see them listed here. So there will be child protection will be, of course, responsible for prevention and response to violence, abuse, and neglect. You will see birth registration and social protection under our social policy, WASH on ODF, clean drinking water, hand washing with soap, etc. Communication for development, again, behavior change, and advocacy. So this is just to sum up what was said before, and how we arrive to, or how we ensure that, you know, every single child survives, thrives, and develop to its full potential. Let's move to next one. So now we are looking at different strategies that UNICEF has been promoting since I think 2000, maybe 15. We haven't, I cannot say that we are all successful in all the strategies as yet. I think it's work in progress, and it will be for quite some time as we are learning also about ECD. But these are the 4 main blocks, if you like, of strategies that UNICEF has been promoting and working on. And it is also to understand that it's not necessarily that each and every state is doing the same work, but as of now, different states have been involved in different pieces of work, and it could be as simple because of you know, government commitment, resources, etc., etc. So in the first block, we are looking at enhanced capacity of frontline workers and supervision of staff. And I think this is one of the most important element when we talk about frontline workers, to ensure the quality and really the understanding and of frontline workers, what their role is and how to support families in you know, in making sure that their children grow and thrive. And then, of course, we have been looking at different flagship programs which we have been supporting. I'm sure Saurav, and I mean, all of you, you know about those different programs, but I'm sure Saurav can also talk more about nutrition that we have been mostly, I would say, focusing on so far. And then another block would be to promote, so I'm going down, promote, strengthen policies and governance. So as I was just saying before, you know, making sure that those policies, those child-friendly, if you like, policies for children are there. So far, there is not actually as much policies or as many policies we have in India. When it comes to early childhood development, perhaps we are still kind of behind, and some of those need to be strengthened. So definitely something that UNICEF is focusing on. And then I'm going up to the right corner. Then parenting. So increase awareness among and engage parents and caregivers. So again, responsive parenting, as we have heard, you know, how important it is to engage with the child, and also support parents in their activities with children. So some of you might have heard about an initiative, and I will go back to it in a minute, but an initiative that we have started during COVID, which is called Gare Gare Aronima, where we have initiated a calendar with activities for children and parents or caregivers that could be undertaken in their normal daily routine. So this block hangs very much together with enhancing capacity of frontline workers. We know that, you know, the Angawari worker particularly has a very important role in supporting parents directly, not only about the health of the child, but also about or nutrition, but also about early childhood stimulation, as we have heard, which is important. And then, of course, the last block is to support research to strengthening evidence around ECD in India. I personally think that, you know, globally we have quite a lot of research so far, but I think perhaps context specific is research and studies in India, like, for example, when we look at tribal communities, is there something very special about tribal communities? Is there a special parenting bond among tribals that they have with their children? I know it is in other countries. For example, from my experience working in Papua, you know, tribal parents bond differently with their children than other parents. So this is something that definitely is for us to invest in. Let's go to the last slide. So just briefly, some of the activities in Orissa. As I said, you know, we do not have a full-fledged early childhood development program as such in Orissa yet. And definitely ICDS needs to be strengthened through different initiatives. So these are just a couple of activities or initiatives that we have started with the team in Orissa. As I mentioned, you know, we are working very much closely with, or we have invested quite a lot of time and focus in tribal communities, and this is very much equity-based intervention for UNICEF Orissa. So I'm starting from the bottom, and one of them is Jiban Sampark, where we work with primitive vulnerable tribal groups on those different aspects of WASH and nutrition and child protection and health. Similarly, Sampurna Bharta also is working with hard to reach subcenter areas and tribal and scheduled caste groups. And this is particularly focused on health services for those tribal groups. Now, demand is one of the issues, and we haven't really talked about it much, but I think it's worth really paying attention to demand and increasing demand among those people, those communities, like tribal communities, who perhaps are not even aware of many things. So the services, they can only improve, services for children and mothers, they can only improve if demand is there. And this is something that we are working through those two programs. Now, another initiative, as I just mentioned, on early learning and primary school readiness is Gare Gare Aronima, which really emerged during COVID, where we knew that, you know, Angawari centers are not going to be open. However, to some extent, we knew that we could reach out to children through telephone through phones and perhaps Angawari workers visiting villages now and then. So a little picture in the corner, you perhaps cannot see it much, but it basically depicts a calendar which has activities one each day. They are mostly focused on children's development through play, domestic chores sometimes, discussion with family, singing, playing, etc. All this that we have, heard about this today during the presentation. So the initiative Gara Gara Arunima basically focus on prevention from COVID-19, of course, but also is looking at those very simple activities such as hand washing, hygiene and sanitation, etc. As an additional as an addition to those different activities for development and stimulation. And then finally, we have an integrated ECD package for Raigara district, where we work closely with the district administration. This is something also in progress, if you like, but perhaps more learning will come in a year time, where we can hopefully design a more holistic approach to ECD, or maybe create an ECD package as learning from Raigara district. So I think these are just a couple of initiatives that we in Orissa have started as a team, with in particularly in the nutrition with Saurav's leadership and Sanjay's leadership, and then other colleagues as from different sections. They have taken a lead on respectively on health, education, and child protection and WASH. So just to conclude, perhaps the more holistically we look at ECD, where all sectors contribute, working across different platforms and sectors in order to ensure that every child develops, thrives. I think it's the best really solution for an approach to early childhood development, and it also confirms whatever we have heard today from Dr. Patke and Dr. Bagirati. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, please do jot down in the box, and I'm happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica, for excellently deliberating on a holistic view of early childhood development and how it draws experience from various sectors. Moving on now, I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Bijay Kumar Panigrahi, who is presently the Director of Family Welfare, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Odisha. He is also the President-elect IAP Odisha State Branch. He was President IAP Ganjam, Secretary IAP Ganjam, and also Secretary Indian Medical Association Chhatarpur. Sir has been awarded honorary fellowship by the IMA College of General Practitioners. He has also been awarded honorary fellowship FIAMS by the IMA Academy of Medical Specialists. Sir has been a gold medalist during his MBBS. He has worked as a senior consultant in pediatrics under the Odisha Medical and Health Services in different parts of the state. He has also worked as CDM PHO of Gajapati and Ganjam districts. May I now invite Dr. Bijay Kumar Panigrahi to kindly present his points. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Saurabh for your introduction. And actually, it is very good morning to all the participants. Now we have reached at good afternoon. So I feel privileged to be with all the eminent personalities like Dr. Monica, Dr. Phadke Madam, and also AIMS faculties like Dr. Bhagirathi Pragya and Dr. Swayam Pragya. Also, I am very privileged to be with UNICEF, with Saurabh leading the team. So it is a very pertinent topic at the present context. So all my previous speakers have already told everything about ECD and the effect of COVID, and this has made my job very easier to present. Nothing more to present because Madam Phadke has told so vividly about the early childhood growth and development. So hardly anything is left for me. So anyway, the topic given to me is in relation to Government of Odisha strategy for implementing ECD in this present scenario of COVID. So I will be just recapitulating few slides of development, then I will go to the topic proper. Let me minimize. So this is development. Already Madam has told what is growth, what is development. Growth is the increase in the size, and development refers to maturation of the functions and acquisition of various skills for optimal functioning of an individual. And this maturation and myelination of the nervous system is reflected in the sequential attainment of developmental milestones. So this is development quite distinct from growth. So this is being influenced by many stimuli, as already told, like vision, motor, speech and language, hearing, perception. These are all the critical factors which stimulate the development of the brain, which is very much essential during the early childhood development. So what is the CCD? Early childhood development. It is multidimensional. It is encompasses several aspects like cognitive, physical, language, temperament, socio-economical, and motor development of children that starts at the time of conception. It starts from the time of conception till 8 years of age. And as per WHO, this is the early childhood development period. And most importantly, the earliest years are especially more important, being the time when the brain develops rapidly. So that is the first 1000 days. That is very important for the development of the brain. So why this first 1000 days? What makes us human is brain. It sets us apart from other living species on this planet. A human baby's brain development starts even before the baby is even born. That is from the day of conception. So it is seen at birth, the head size is about 65 to 70% of the expected head size in the adults. It is already discussed. It reaches 90% of the adult head size by the age of 2 years. Thus, the fetal phase and the first 2 years, that the first 1,000 days, that is a critical period for the brain development. So each day of this journey from conception till 2 years, that is 1,000 days, is special and influences the way she develops, she grows, and she learns, not just now, but for an entire life. So this is very important of early childhood development. Brain is only the organ which is not fully developed at birth. Other organs, they are already developed except the brain. 90% is developed during the first 1,000 days, we have already discussed. So in the first 2 years, this is very much important. The babies make 700 new connections every second, as Madam Phadke has already told. The development of neuron cells, but this is the new connections, that is synapses. 700 synapses every second a baby takes. So how important is this period for the development of the brain? So we must take care of this period, this critical window period, that is 1,000 days from conception till 2 years. So this is this development of the synapses, which is responsible for all the intelligence of the child. So as per the WHO recommendation for ECD, in order to improve the early childhood development, WHO recommends 4 things, that is responsive caregiving, promote early learning, and integrate caregiving and nutrition interventions, and also support maternal mental health. So these are the 4 things which are very important for the early childhood development. Enabling young children to achieve their full developmental potential is a human right and a critical requisite for the sustainable development. So this is how important it is. So this is the inclusion of this journey of 1000 days in the program of the, this is our national flagship program, RBSK Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. So this is our government of India's flagship program. This is 1000 days of journey is included in their curriculum. So early years begin even from the pre-conception, that is from the adolescence, as madam has told, the adolescent nutrition, that is also very important for a conception, and also from the conception till the development of the brain throughout the 1000 days. Also the child's environment shapes the brain development. During this period, the brain requires multiple inputs that I have already depicted, including stimulation, good health, nutrition at the right time. So it is seen every dollar invested in first 1000 days yields a return of $48. So now I'm coming to the topic proper, the Odisha's implementation on ECD. How we are implementing this early childhood development strategy in our state. So what are the strategies we have taken up? So under this strategy, along with the physical growth and development, optimum cognitive development of the child is also focused during the period of pregnancy up to the first 3 years of childhood. To utilize this critical period, several steps have been taken under ECD strategy by our state, which is implemented at the district level, at the block level, and also at the community level. And these components are incorporated in different platforms like VHND, Village Health and Nutrition Days, home visit by our ASAs, and mobile health teams under RBSK. There's MHT screening sessions at the Anganwadi centers, and also mothers meeting under the early childhood care and education program, that is Ankur Day, that is observed on 19th of each month by the ICDS department. So these are the platforms it is implemented for optimum cognitive development during these critical years. The scientific knowledge on maternal health, child health, and cognitive neuroscience, they are translated into small, easy, and interesting manner in the healthcare for the healthcare providers, also for the parents and caretakers. So the service providers like ASA and health workers to disseminate this message widely so that no caregivers are left without this critical information regarding early childhood development. So to utilize this critical period, these are the platforms we have taken by our state, that is VHND, Village Health and Nutrition Day, where 3 A's, that is ANM, Anganwadi worker and ASA, they are involved, and also home visit by the ASA during their SBNC, that is home-based newborn care, and also during HBYC, that is home-based young child care. And also it is implemented through RBSK by MHT screening at Anganwadi center, and also district early intervention center there, where we are taking this early stimulation therapy. And also, as I have told, that is Ankur Day, early childhood care and education. It is implemented by the Department of WCD through ICDS. So these are the platforms we are taking the opportunity to implement our ECD strategy. So what are the tools they are using during giving this ECD? This is HBYC job card, that is for ASA, and HBNC job aid for the ASA, revised MCP card, which has been printed in Odia language, and also pictorial Odia booklet on journey of the first 1000 days. These are our tools, and also there are few videos on early childhood development, and also 104 healthcare, that is in the process of developing, so that by this helpline we are giving messages to the mothers regarding the early childhood development messages. Also there is an app, that is Ayushman Bhava Journey App 1000 days approach, that can be downloaded by the parents, and also they can get certain information regarding their early childhood development up to 1000 days, it is there. And also there are learning tools for milestone assessment, that is LTMA, which is given to the ASAs in their kit to utilize during their home visit to assess the milestones. So this is the Odia language mother and child protection card. This is the tool what is being taken by the ASA and Anganwadi workers to the during their home visit. They make the parents understand about the meaning of milestones, how to assess it, etc. And also they record the development milestones. This is also the first 1000 days in Odia language, that is Jibanara Pratham 1000 din. In this, in Odia language, everything has been described in detail so that it is easy to counsel and educate the parents. This is also in the Odia language. So this is the learning tool which is being taken by the Asas and Anganwadis to their home visit, which contains this red ring with red string, handball, torch, 1-inch cubes, beads or raisins, teacup, plastic bowl, crayons, writing pad, red ball, and a cloth to cover toys, pool toy with a string, doll, and picture book. These are the tools that is given in the toolkit to the ASAs so that they will carry this during their home visit to counsel and educate the parents. So as a step, the training of the health personnel on ECD, we have already done training of the master trainers at the state level. Also the program officers, we have already trained them regarding ECD at the state level. We have completed this training in 14 of our districts. Rest of the districts we are taking up gradually. And also orientation of block level program officers is done at the district level. Training of ANMs on home-based young child care, it is trained for 2 days in the block level. Refresher training of ANMs is done for 1 day. And also most importantly, the most frontline workers, that is ASA, their training is being taken up by 5 days at the block level. Out of these 5 days, entire 1 day is devoted for the training on the early childhood development. So these are the visits by the ASA home-based newborn care. They are taking at the days either 6 or 7 visits. If it is home delivery, so from the day 0. If it is institutional delivery, it's from the 3 day, 3, 7, 14, 21, 28, and 42 days. Then the present we have included this HBYC home-based young child care, that is 5 home visits at the age of the child, 3 months, 6, 9, 12, and 15 months. These are the around 11 to 12 visits during the first 2 years of the child. So the basic objective of this home-based young child care is to reduce childhood deaths and illness, improve nutritional status of the young children, and most importantly, ensure proper growth and early childhood development of the young children. So these are the basic aims of this HBYC activities. So these are the components: health, nutrition, early childhood development, and water and sanitation. So key domains, already I have told. Out of that, early childhood development is one of the most important component. And this was the before HBOIC ASA visit. She was only doing 6 to 7 home visits by ASA. So this is up to 42nd day of birth. So the contact is there up to 42 days. After that, only we are having contact during the immunization session. So the baby comes at 2.5 months, 3.5 months. After 3.5 months up to 9 months, there is no contact with the children. So that is a very period where we have not able to contact with the children and the parents. So during this HBYC, we are able to contact every 3 months, because after 9 months also we again have contact for immunization at the age of 16 to 24 months. So there is a big gap in the contact. So after this HBYC, we are able to have contact with the parents and the child every 3 months, 3rd month, 6th month, 9th, 12th, and 15 months. So this last opportunity we will utilize to impart our counseling and training on the all the development of milestones in the child, and what are the warning sign, and how to stimulate, and early stimulation therapy. All this ECD we can impart the knowledge to the parents. So this is the pictorial depiction. What are the most important aspects they will take at the 3rd month? Exclusive breastfeeding. 6th month, also breastfeeding plus complementary feeding. 9th month, vaccination and increase the frequency of complementary feeding. And also 12 months feeding, increased amount. Also 15 months also there is increase in the feeding and also the vaccination booster. So these are the main components, but throughout the period, that is beginning from the 3rd month till 15 months, we are giving age appropriate play and communication therapy. So that that is included in the early childhood development strategy. So under HPYC, ASA will work as a team with Anganwadi worker and ANM to undertake the wider range of actions to improve the nutrition status, growth, and early childhood development. So they are the main frontline workers who are implementing this ECD. So key tasks of ASA and Anganwadi workers. This is at the 3rd month, and I have already discussed, that is exclusive breastfeeding, complementary, exclusive breastfeeding, growth, hand washing practice, family planning, parenting, all these things will be carried out by the ASA and the Anganwadi worker. They will take the weight of the baby, record the weight in the growth chart to detect any undernutrition or like that. So, and these are the most important work of the Anganwadi, and also she will be giving THR to the lactating mothers, because lactation is also one of the most important thing for the nutrition of the baby. And at the age of 6, 9, 12, and 15, they will give stress on complementary feeding along with the breastfeeding, and also other things like ORS, IFS syrup, and also teach the mother and caregivers regarding how to administer all these things, and also provide first contact care and referral for any illness if they will detect during their visit. Anganwadi worker, their work will be charting in growth and development in the graph, and also they provide supplementary food from the Anganwadi center, and also counsel for deworming, etc., and also appropriate complementary therapy. So it is a teamwork by the ASA and Anganwadi workers during this HBYC visit. So there is also a system of supportive supervision and monitoring mechanism by ASA, Sathi, ANM, and concerned supervisors from the Anganwadi services. They are also giving supportive supervision visits. So at least it is given one visit in each quarter, and ANM should undertake joint home visit with ASA to at least 10% newborns in the subcenter area. The activity of the ANM should be monitored by the medical officer of the concerned block, and also by the CDMOs and the wing officers. They also go for supervision and review at the district level. So there is a very strong system from the grassroots level up to the state level. So for this additional work, we are giving additional financial incentive for the ASA. So rupees 50 per visit. So for the total 5 visits in the HBYC program, we are giving 250 rupees to the ASAs. So what are the activities? Mainly it is given through the MCP card, Mother and Child Protection Card. So everything is written in detail in the local language, and also easy to understand figures, where it is written age-wise milestones development, what are the alarming signs, and what are the early stimulation practice to be done. So certain parenting tips is also given in that booklet for small things like smiling to the child, give age appropriate response, even singing to the child, playing to the child, and telling small stories. Also they help in the development of the brain of the child. So these are the things. What are the platforms at the VHND and also in the facility level during antenatal care? The mothers and the caregivers are encouraged to read this MCP card, and after delivery, the service providers in the labor room, the counselors, the DEIC staff, they all encourage the parents to read this MCP card, and they give stress on the milestones of development, how to detect it, and how to record it in the MCP book, etc. They teach them. So there is also ODIA booklet on journey of the first 1000 days, where the scientific knowledge on brain development during pregnancy, the early stimulation and cognitive development, and proper child rearing practice, and the parenting tips. Everything is written in that ODIA booklet in local language for understanding the key messages, and also uh, they are given reward if their knowledge on ECD and how they are practicing it. By their efficiency also, we are having a system to give rewards to the ASA and health worker female. So the same thing, VHND Day, Ankur Days by the ICDS, they implement all this sensitization program. They discuss on different topics on every month with the mother and their family members, and also they give stress on this development of milestones. There is also 104 helpline, which is in the process of developing, so that regularly the messages on early childhood development will be given to the parents. There is also one app, that is Aisman Bhava Journey of 1000 days app. One can download it from the Play Store, and also as per the age of the child, she can log in, and they can understand what are the developments to be there in their child of this age, and what is the lacking, they can detect it by themselves also. So these are the digital platforms that is being utilized. And this is the RBSK involvement in the screening of the newborn from head to toe examination. And this is the tool which is basically utilized by the ASA during their home visit. So as per the age, there are certain things are written, that is what most babies do. For example, 2 to 3 months, what most babies do, these are the things, milestones that is written: begin to recognize the mothers, develop social smile, makes eye contact, like this. So the mother will read this in the Odia language or local language. If it is achieved, she will give a tick mark. But if it's not achieved, she will not give a cross mark, she will leave it. During the visit of the Anganwadi worker or visit of the ASA, she will again verify whether the mother has entered it correctly or not. Then she will give their opinion. What is the present development and what is the lacking. So for every stages of life, there is three things what most babies do, what are the parenting tips, and what are the danger signs. So for every age group, these are the things. Once they come and see these danger signs, they will immediately refer the child to the nearest ANM or nearest health institution, or to the district early intervention center, so that that can be addressed at the proper time. This is also like 4 to 6 months, what most babies do. These are the parenting tips, and these are the warning signs at the age of 6 months. This is 7 to 9 months. These are the normal milestones, what most babies do, like roll over, grab setoid, turn head visually, so like this. And this is the parenting tips, what they should do during the 7 to 9 months of age, and what are the warning signs. So they must look for it early and refer it. And this is during 10 to 12 months, parenting tips, and these are the danger signs, warning signs. This is also at the 18 months, what they are supposed to do. The mother will give a tick in the box if the child is able to do. If not able to do, she will leave it as such, and the Anganwadi worker and ASA, they will. So these are the parenting tips, these are the warning signs. Like 24 months, these are the normal milestones, parenting tips, and these are the warning signs. Also at the age of 36 months, because we are covering up to 36 months, these are the normal milestones, these are the parenting tips, these are the warning signs. So by this way, the ASA and Anganwadi worker, they will evaluate the child for their achievement of the milestones, and also will record the danger signs. So now coming to the present scenario, COVID scenario, as Madam has told, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated the entire society over the globe. Also, we are no exception to it. So during COVID also, there is different types of stress. That is what Madam has told, toxic stress. Also, there is some damage, damage of the neurons in the utero. So especially in these cases, they need more stimulation and more and early stimulation, so that we can implement ECD in a proper way. So in our state, state is also continuing this non-COVID essential services during this pandemic. All the programs like immunization, family planning, RMNCS, all these programs we are implementing in spite of this pandemic. but during the implementation, we are taking the precautions, strict IPC, like use of masks by the service providers, by maintaining social distancing, and also frequent hand washing and use of hand sanitizers. I think today is the World Hand Washing Day, but COVID has taught us the importance of hand washing. So I think the importance of this hand washing day is not very much nowadays, because everybody knows hand washing is most important. So in also district early intervention center, we are also continuing this early childhood development strategies, early stimulation, and this is by the virtual mode. If the parents are quite educated, then we are utilizing this virtual platform to educate and to teach the parents how to take care of their children. And for others, it is offline mode. They come to the DIC, the staff, that is physiotherapist, behavior therapist, speech therapist, all the staff, they use toys to demonstrate how to do movement in their child. So they observe this, and also the parents try to do it, and all the parents and also the staff, they all use masks and sanitizer and hand washing. And also they demonstrate by video presentation on the early stimulation therapy. So by this procedure, we are able to impart and implement our early childhood development strategy in our state. So I will show a few of the video clips what is being taken up in the field. So this is one of the district early intervention center. Our therapist is interacting with the child, and from distance, and also utilizing all the precautions. This is through the virtual mode. They are conducting webinars. They are connecting the educated parents through the mobile, and also as per their instruction, the parents are taught, and they are doing the therapy of their children. So during COVID also, we are trying to implement all these programs in our state. This is DEIC, District Early Intervention Center. This is the home visit by ASA and Anganwadi workers for HBYC. This is HBNC visit by the ASA, taking temperature and also seeing for the development of the child and also the danger signs. ASA taking the weight of the baby. And these are the few of the clips in the field. This is HBYC, no? And this is also in the community. They are doing the home visit. ASA and Anganwadi as a team, they are assessing the development of the children and doing the early stimulation. So these are the few photographs from the field and also from the district early intervention center. So by this way, our state has taken the strategy to implement early childhood development program in our state, and we have rolled it out in 14 districts. Other 16 districts we have already planned how to do the training and implement it. So I think within few weeks of time, we will be able to implement all this in our districts. So this is all about the state implementation of the program. With this, I thank you all for giving me a scope to present our state strategy. Thank you, and over to Saurabh ji.
Thank you, Dr. Panigrahi, DFW sir, for your excellent presentation and sharing with us the Government of Odisha's very proactive, forward-looking interventions and actions for addressing ECD in general, and more so during COVID times. Having said that, may I now request Dr. Pragya Paramita Giri to take the question and answer session forward. And I can see that there is just one question in the chat box, maybe few questions if it comes through. Over to you, Pragya.
Thank you, Saurabh. So before I take up any questions, I have many questions from my side, and I would like our eminent speakers to answer this. As a working mother, I would like Fadke madam to answer my questions. As a working mother, most of the time we leave our children with the housemates, house help. I'm not demeaning their role in our life because they are very important. During the initial phase of life, when the child is, we have to leave the child at the age of 6 months to come back to the work. I think when I listen to you, I think I have given enough food to my child, enough nutrition to my child, but I have not given enough stimulus for the development of the child. So what we can do as working mother, how we can, because we are living in a very nuclear family, both the parents are working, nobody to look after our children. So in this situation, how to do this ECD thing? Because we are reading, we know, we preach, but we don't practice.
I entirely agree with you. I would look at it in a way that work is important for you. I mean, not only to satisfy your financial needs, but to see that you have got yourself educated so much that you cannot say that I will sit at home and not do the job and do ECD. So we have to strike a balance. And to my mind, the balance comes like this, that 9 to 5 you have a job, or sometimes you may have even night duties, or whenever you are with the baby, whatever time, you utilize that time as a quality time when you will give maximum attention to the baby rather than other household chores like maybe even cooking and all, which could be given to some other person. And I would also say that when you give maximum time to the baby, the right time to stimulate the baby is when you are giving food to the baby. So if you're giving dinner, you need not say that everybody should be quiet. In fact, you should continuously give attention only to the child and to no one else in the house if there's one child or two children, and have a communication. When they grow big, then all four sitting on the dining table, that is, I mean, when they have become big. But in the first year of life, as much of time you can give. I think striking a balance is the only thing. I cannot give answer to this question because I think the compromise everywhere occurs. But I can only tell you, children of working mothers turn out much better than children of non-working mothers.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question for Panigrahi sir, that nowadays we are seeing that in every nook and corner of the city, some daycare centers are coming up or creches are coming up. Is there any guideline from the state government or government that what kind of guidelines is there any guidelines or is there any regulations on these daycare centers?
Dr. Pragya, presently actually there is no focus on these daycare centers. Mostly we are concentrated on the community service. So we are concentrating on the ASAs, Anganwadi workers and their training. So when we will be able to implement all these in community level, then our attention will be go to all these things like daycare centers and other things. Also, we are giving stress at the Anganwadi center, that is also going on. But daycare centers, as you have already mentioned, we will take an account of it and we will try out our programs, what to do. In the daycare center also, there are caretakers also, we can teach them, we can enroll them in their early childhood development strategy. So that will not be a big issue for us for implementing it, but we have to take care of it.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a question for Bhagirathi, sir. Sir, when to go to a pediatrician for the parents that their child is not getting enough or child is not developed? When for a layman, when they should seek for the consultation from a pediatrician?
Okay, actually, it's not a one-time event. It's a continuous process. We do not say that there can be a development in the early phase, suddenly the development regresses, or development is static at some point. So I don't say that it's a single point observation. It's a continuous observation of the development. If the parents feel that the child was developing, there is a staticness or there is a decline, they have to keenly observe it, and simultaneously the other peers, other siblings, he can compare, or the other friend circles they can compare. If they feel that there is some difference, they should immediately report. That I feel that should be a continuous thing, not a single point observation. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
May I add it?
Yes, sir, definitely.
For each and every mother, there is a MCP card, Mother and Child Protection Card, as I have already shown it in my presentation. So age-wise development of the milestones, it's there. Also, what are the parenting tips, and also there is a warning sign. At the time when the mother, when the parents, they detect it immediately, they should consult the nearest health worker. If the health worker says though he has to go to the pediatrician, so immediately the child has to be taken, because early stimulation and early therapy is very important, because after 2 years it is very difficult to reverse all those effects. So that is very important for the parents also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One attendees have asked that what is global brain development, and Dr. Phadke, if you can address this question.
Global brain development is a total brain development, and I mentioned that proteins are responsible for it. So frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, motor cortex, sensory cortex. So the whole brain develops good if there is good protein supplementation. If there is no fat, then myelination goes. So protein supplementation is essential for global brain development. That is the sentence. Whole brain development, including the spinal cord.
Thank you. I think we have crossed our time limit. So over to Saurabh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pragya. May I now request Dr. Swayam to kindly provide the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all. We have come to the end of a very vibrant webinar on topic early child development, issues, challenges, solutions, and way forward. On behalf of the organizing team, I feel privileged to extend my vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants who are with us on this online platform for this wonderful webinar. I would like to extend my special gratitude to our director, Dr. Gitanjali, for her continuous support. My deep sense of gratitude and appreciation for Dr. Sonu Subba, Professor and Head, and Dr. Vinod Kumar Patro, Additional Professor and presently officiating Head of Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine, for their hand-holding and support in many ways. I'd like to express my thanks to Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi, Additional Professor, Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS Bhubaneswar, for delivering keynote address. Thank you, sir. I would extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Mridula Phadke, Senior Advisor, NHN, UNICEF, and ex-Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, for delivering a talk on ECD in relation to nutrition during COVID-19. Issues, challenges, and solutions. Thank you, madam. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Monica, Chief Field Office, UNICEF Odisha, for delivering beautiful presentation on ECD programs in India, UNICEF perspective. Thank you, madam. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Vijay Kumar Panigrahi, Director Family Welfare, Government of Odisha, for taking time off from his busy schedule to provide us information about the Government of Odisha's initiative in delivering ECD services. And of course, I must say that Government of Odisha is getting many accolades at the national level and at the international level. Thank you, sir, for making us proud. I wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya, nutrition specialist, UNICEF, Dr. Sanjay, uh, and the entire team for your support in making this webinar a huge success. Thank you. I'm thankful to Dr. Pragya, Dr. Vinod Kumar Behera, all consultants of RCPHN, Sonali, Pragya, Sanjita, Kasturi, Jasmine, Dr. Durgesh, Dr. Santosh for your support. I'm thankful to all media personnel. My sincere wishes to Gautam, Asim, Varun for supporting us throughout the webinar. Once again, I thank all the participants, eminent speakers, faculty, consultants, Government of Odisha, UNICEF, media personnel, and everybody. Thank you. Namaskar. Have a
Thank
nice
you,
day.
everyone. Thank you. We enjoyed. Congratulations.
Thank you and
Thank you.
namaskar, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Monica madam. Thank you, Saurabh sir. Pragya, thank you.
Thank you. Swayam, should we, today the participants are very less and we couldn't do the poll. Just 22 participants.
Yeah. 28, it was 35,
Yeah.
then it is, we can go,
Yeah,
go in.
but still in the YouTube there were around 10 participants in the
Yeah.
YouTube link.
Yeah.
What I feel, the timing is little bit problematic for people. Actually, if it is around 3:30 or 4 o'clock, it will be great.
Okay.
That is the big thing. What I feel these days, they are
Oh.
occupied in the sense students are there, they are in the classrooms, faculty are busy in many more things. Residents are also. That can be the factor. Hope on
Okay.
17th we will sort out all these issues.
Yeah, sure.
17th is Saturday.
Yes. 17 will, I'm sure we'll have a big, I think the problem was it also clashed with the
Hand washing, yes.
GHD webinar. So in spite of so much of publicity, I mean, I had sent to around 5 to 6 groups. So I think that one was slightly more exciting to people, seems.
Yeah. Actually, we have been sending in our different groups now, so it has become a norm what they are sending. Right? So it's okay. It was a good webinar,
good
and
discussion.
discussion was very fruitful. We are happy. Thank you, Saurabh.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Sanjita. Thank you, Gautam.